Check. Checking 1, 2. I'm turning up the gain a little bit. Turning it. Let's see. How about that? So don't talk terribly loud here. Okay. I think that looks better. But I'll see later. So I didn't really get great sleep last night. So I'm pretty tired. I'm hoping that doesn't affect my trading. To start off, let's just take a look kind of what's happening here. So short-term leg up, break new high. Let's take a leg down, break a new low. One leg up is not able to play out. So it looks like a downtrend, break and a new low here. I don't want to draw every single one of these small trends, just trying to figure out what's kind of going on here. Downtrend, break, new low, uptrend, break, new high, more convincing break and new high. So this one is not a very convincing break and new high, but you get a more convincing one. There's definitely some resistance right here, but it looks like there was a slight push through there. So maybe you could even draw something like that. Might be something that comes into play later. Had to blow my nose real quick. It looks like you might have 2 legs down, possibly. You're close, at least. As far as the range highs go, or at least the daily highs, I feel good about them being right here. Got a little bit of a cold going on. So I feel good about where the highs are. It's pretty clear. But the lows, oh. But the lows, they might not be there. So you can see that we've consistently made lower lows. So here's a low, lower low, lower low, lower low. We do get a higher low here, but then we make another lower low. So there is a double bottom here. That makes me think that this could be, you know, some sort of range low. Plus being the overnight low. But I'm not convinced. So we are getting this push away. But I'm trying to think, if we get a second entry here, am I going to want to take that? And I'm not sure, because we've just consistently been moving lower here. And I'm not sure if I trust these as the lows yet. I guess it sort of depends on how it sets up. This was a pretty strong push away. This is kind of congestive here. Kind of get like a little breakout, pull back all in one bar. Pretty strong bar. It doesn't end quite on its highs. Another pretty strong bar ends pretty close to its highs. And then a doji. So it's not a crazy strong push, but there's definitely some strength there. Gotta wait and see. There's about 4 minutes from the open. ATR is pretty high. So ATR is at 4.63. Let's check and see what the other... So it is rollover day, which I forgot about. So let's check and see what the new contract looks like. Maybe I'm on the new contract. Let's see. No, I'm not. Let's go back. What would the new one be? I guess I need to roll it over, but not automatically. I guess like update the contract. So let me go over here to this other side real quick to make sure that I'm not on the lower volume one. And I hate that I have this cold. It probably sounds terrible. Tools, instruments. Okay, let's see. All right. So here's the new contract. ATR looks like it's a little bit lower. So it might be that we should be trading the new contract here. Let's check out how many bars are here. So starting from here, wrong tool. Starting from here, you've got 66 bars. I'm betting that, yeah, this definitely has more. 77. Okay, so I guess we're trading the new one today. Plop this right over there, and we'll get rid of that. All right, let's redo our analysis here. So feel pretty good about those highs. These lows might be here. It looks like a little bit stronger of a push away, at least on this one, because you get this nice bar, doji, nice bullish bar, nice bullish bar, nice bullish bar. So that's a pretty strong push on this chart. Makes me feel a little bit better if I were to want to take a long. This downtrend doesn't have a break a new low, so that's worth noting. So there probably is some strong support here if it's able to push this up without this getting a break a new low, especially on this attempt right here. So again, gives me a little bit of faith that yes, this could be correct. We have a first entry long right now, about to head into the open. I'm gonna go ahead and prep an order just in case, because we might get a good second entry long. All right, so we have the first entry price. Are looking a little bit congestive. You can tell you're stacking within here. And we're moving up, expecting prices to move to the break a new high of the short-term uptrend. Looks like they've done it, so I'm going to remove that order. So uptrend has a break a new high. I'm not really looking for a trade right now. So it looks like we're continuing higher, and this range is probably correct with the overnight highs here and the overnight lows here forming the bounds. You just have one leg back there. So drawing this through this first pivot. So you can see there's just one leg back, doesn't play out. That's usually a sign that there's some sort of support or resistance. So I'm drawing this trend here to see if this ends up holding prices. And if so, then I might still be interested in a long. Prices are congesting. So we have a little bit of like a move up. Then prices pause. We get a slight move down, some congestion. You can see there's one bar here, 2 bars stacked within, kind of 3 bars stacked within. You get a little bit of up movement, creating the break and new high. And it looks like prices are not going to respect this uptrend right here. So I'm just going to play it as if it's already just a break and a new high. And I'm not going to look for any longs until I see a clearer structure. Right now we're in no man's land. So since all of the uptrends have played out, it's looking like a range. You're right in the middle. I don't have any bias as far as where prices are going to go, except for the fact that I'm expecting prices will go from the lows to the highs. So I'm not going to take a trade until I see a clearer structure form within the range, or we are at one of these bounds. So with this uptrend having played out so early, so this uptrend already has a break and a new high, I'm thinking that prices might be weak and they might not reach this high at all. Let's see what happens on this next correction to decide. So we have a short-term leg down that has a break and a new low. So there's the possibility that we start another second trend up now that this correction is finished. So let's find out if prices are able to do that. Prices are looking really choppy here, really congested. I would bet some people got trapped on this second entry long, but you obviously don't want to take that because the uptrend already is breaking new high. You're right at this midline, which is a precarious place to take a trade. You are looking sideways and you pushed below the EMA. So look at all this chop, 1, 2, 3 stacked bars there. You break out of a little bit and then now you're stacking within again. A little bit of a congestive area. Wouldn't really help you to draw that, but you can see here, okay, there's one leg back, a break, a new low, and now prices, if they were going to go higher, most likely should have continued upwards, but they didn't. They got another new low right there. They're chopping down. Where did they end? Well, exactly at this support level. So I'm guessing that this will just end up being a slight range area as prices, like a range within the range, as prices figure out where exactly they're going to go. The support's really holding up pretty strongly here. There's 1, 2, 3 touches. We get a slight close through, but definitely struggling at this resistance. I don't see any kind of clear range top right now. Notice how each of these is a lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. So I'm expecting this will probably also be a lower high. And, well, we'll see. But I'm guessing that these lower highs are telling me we're probably going to eventually push through the support. We got kind of an equal top right there. So I'm actually going to remove this and start looking for the highs of the range. Something like that could be correct, or it could be a little bit lower. But prices rarely go from trending up to trending down, or trending down to trending up. Usually there's a sideways period as prices transition. So in this case, the uptrend had played out, and now we're getting the sideways action as prices decide whether they're going to continue higher or whether they're going to go lower. It's a place of equilibrium as the forces are balanced out and figuring out exactly where there's more strength. So waiting for an area of unequilibrium. I don't know, I guess. All right, so we're pushing out the top of this range. Saw some momentum right there. Expecting prices are going to create a breakout pullback before going higher if they do. It's also possible the range is expanding. So it's possible that the range could be something like this. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. This could be the midline, which would make sense because it wasn't holding terribly well. So within this range, we have a short-term leg up with a break and a new high. Okay, we're coming up here. Basically, would be, I haven't measured it, but I'm guessing basically a measured move up, right? So let's see if prices are able to turn down at this pivot. If they are, then I'll leave the range as it is. And if not, then I'll pull the range back down a little bit lower. I can't believe we're already at close to 5,200. Actually, I think we've already breached 52. Yeah, look at that. That is crazy. 52, 55. Wow. Okay. Gotta not be so distracted here. So it looks like we are turning down a little bit off of this high. Let's see how much strength we're able to get. So we've got 2 stacked bars, and now prices are moving pretty sideways. So this bar, it started out pretty strong, and then prices pulled up right here, finding some support. Waiting to see some sort of rejection. Just hanging around. This is just a doji. Doji that's sort of pushing out the low just a tad. It looks like we're going to come back and test these highs again of the range, possibly. No trade for me here, just watching to see what's happening within this range so I can prepare in case there is a trade later on. Okay, we're able to push through the range midline. But we're still closing back above it, so it's definitely giving some support here. If a trade does appear that's going through the midline, I'm going to want to be super careful because it's been holding. So like we have one hold here, and then prices look like they're finding some resistance here. They pop above a little bit, and they're finding some possible support here and support here. So this midline is obviously in play of this range. So I'm going to be super careful pushing through that. What trade might I be looking for here? I might consider a second entry short off of the range highs, but even then, there's just not a lot of proof that we're going anywhere right now. I don't, like, yes, I'm expecting prices to go from the lows of this range to the highs, but right now we have a uptrend that's already played out early, and we're getting stuck at the midline, barely pushing through it. So this is not showing me a lot of strength. So even though that is a weak bias, and technically I'm expecting that, it is a weak bias. So I'm not putting all my eggs in that basket per se. Keep trying to put my mic on mute here before I sniffle, so that way it's not so loud and obnoxious. Not that there's probably anybody watching, much less listening. Okay, so getting really tight and choppy right here. You could even draw like another smaller congestive area within if you wanted to. Something like this where prices are really stuck within. So you can see how many closes is that within this one bar. So you can see this one doji bar right here. Oops, not what I meant to do. One doji bar right here, look at that. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 closes all within that with a lot of dojis. This is a very dangerous place to enter, especially chopping around the EMA like this. There's nothing to do. Just gotta wait. And again, what am I waiting for? Well, I'm waiting for prices to test either the lows down here of this small range or the highs of this range. But I'm probably not going to be taking any trades there because I'm not sure where prices are going on the larger picture. On the larger picture, they're coming off the range lows, which are the overnight lows. So I'm expecting prices to go to the overnight highs, but this uptrend has already played out and we're at the midline. So this is a pretty dangerous place to enter as there's no clear direction, even on the larger scale. With this being rollover day, we might not get any meaningful movements at all because the traders are, I think, split between the two instruments. So if we take a look at this congestive area, it looks like we have a slight failed breakout that caused prices to move up pretty strongly right here with a bar that basically closes on its highs. Now I want to see if there's going to be any kind of follow through on this bar. So basically a doji bar. So the majority of this bar just kind of chopped around and did not have any strength. But then at the very end, it was able to push up. That doesn't tell me that prices are really, really going to follow through. So usually if you had a lot of momentum, it would instantly just kind of go over and start pushing up as well. But this was more of a doji kind of bar. So I'm thinking, yeah, there's not a ton of momentum, basically. All that to say. So we're getting lots of levels of ranges. So we have one large level, one smaller level, and then we go even one smaller within that range. It's like a Russian doll right now. Okay, so tight congestive area, failed breakout, leads to this breakout the high side. You don't see any follow through on this bullish bar, and now we're trading back down. I'm going to remove that small congestive area because I don't think it really helps you. You can see it right here just with your plain eyes. Now we're getting a stronger short-term downtrend. You get this nice bearish bar that gets a little bit of follow through. It's not a super bearish bar that follows, but then you continue downwards with more follow through, and we're testing these range lows right now. So I want to see what's going to happen down here. So right now the ideal trade, though I am not going to take it if it appears. The ideal trade would be some sort of higher low off of these lows. But as I said, I'm unsure of what's going to happen on the larger context, so I'm not taking a trade like that. Either way, we're pushing right through this support right now. So the bars are continuing. You can see this pretty large bearish bar. You get a decently strong bearish bar that doesn't quite close on its lows. Okay. Next one, trades down, finds support at the range lows, doesn't quite close on its lows either, but then the next bar continues downwards and we are able to close below. So with this uptrend having played out early and us now coming back down, I'm expecting that we might break these lows and it could turn into a downtrend. Of course, that's pretty far in the future, but that's a possibility to me right now. Short-term downtrend. Looks like it's getting broken. Prices have broken out of this range, and we're getting a micro breakout pullback. So you can see moves down. You get this bearish or bullish bar right here, and it's testing the old support. So it's a micro breakout pullback. Lots of times these need a more convincing retest. If we're going to continue down, we could just come back within the range. So let's see what happens. We were able to close back within. Though this looks like a strong bar, it was really a doji. So we're stacking within this bar right now. Let's see if this bar is able to close outside of that. Okay, getting a really strong bullish bar, possibly exhaustive. Look how large that bar is compared to the ones beside it. It's like 2 times the size. So that could be an exhaustive bar to the upside, but we are clearly back within this range now. So not getting any follow through on that bullish bar makes me think that it is probably exhaustion. Getting a strong move down. So clearly no follow through on that bullish move. And prices were hardly able to push past the midline of the range before continuing back out the low side. Expecting prices to make a break a new low of the short-term downtrend, and I'm interested to see if prices are going to continue downwards after they do that. Clearly, we're working towards a second leg down. So we have first leg, and we're working towards the second one right now. This is a very big bearish bar, but look at the difference between this big bullish bar and this big bearish bar. After this big bullish bar, there was no follow through whatsoever. You get just a pause bar. After this bearish bar, you get another strong bearish bar. So there's a difference. This one is exhaustion, and this one is probably not exhaustion in my eyes. Though it could be the end of the move, because we did make a break a new low of this short-term downtrend, and ultimately we're still have broken out of this range. So the expectation is that we'll come back within, even though we've now already made a breakout pullback. So this range might prevail. It looks like right now that prices are creating a more convincing breakout pullback. So this one, the range could be drawn a tad lower, so maybe something like that, in which case this could have just been part of the range. I do think that it's tighter, like I had it, but it looks like prices are right now coming back to test this support before going lower, if they go lower. So we didn't quite reach the measured move down, but clearly to me, you can see one leg break, second leg down. So I'm going to remove that because you can just see it pretty clearly. And now we're stacking. So strong bearish bar, does get some follow through, but might have been slightly exhaustive, showing the end of this down move. Now you have bearish bar, bullish bar, pause bar. So this is showing signs of possible congestion right now. Continuing to move lower, just a tad, and still pausing within this congestive area. We don't have a doji yet, but prices are obviously just sort of chopping around. There's not very much direction. Let's see if prices are able to get through the bottom. Looks like they probably will here. Okay, so we are able to close outside of that with a pretty bearish bar. Wasn't the strongest bearish bar because it didn't have a bunch of momentum to it, but it consistently pushed lower. And here we are, we're getting some continuation on that bar. So it looks like we are going to come down and test these lows. So I want to see what's going to happen there. I don't see any clear downtrend. It's definitely possible that you have a downtrend that looks something like this, but I don't see it clearly as of right now, so I'm not going to draw something like that. Okay, so I totally zoned out there for a second. Let's take a look at what's happening. So we had this leg down, we had a break, and it looks like 2 legs down, but those are pretty equal legs. So it kind of just looks like 1, 2, 3 equal legs down. We were getting some sideways action here as it looks like prices broke out and attempted to create a breakout pullback here. But we were able to break out. So you can see this bar right here is able to close outside with a decently bearish bar that has a little bit of follow through, but prices continue up higher. So we are making lower highs and lower lows. So right here, lower high, lower high, lower high. We were able to make a slightly higher high as prices created a failed breakout at both sides. Now we're making lower highs again, lower high, lower high, lower high. Now look at these lows, lower low, lower low. So right now I'm expecting this trend to continue. There's not a clear trend channel, but clearly prices are making lower highs and lower lows. So I'm expecting that to happen again, and I'm expecting prices to come down and test these lows. Because prices were not able to go really anywhere last time they came off the lows, there was a decently strong push, but it ran out of momentum. I am going to be hesitant to take any trades off of this support for the time being. I'm expecting it to hold, but I'm realizing that with the way that prices have reacted, that it might not, so I'm not going to play it. Okay, so here we are testing these lows. I want to see what's going to happen here. It's looking like there could be a possible downtrend, maybe something like that. And the reason I think that that could be correct is because we just have one leg up here. Something is preventing prices from touching the EMA, and it fits on both sides. Now, does this mean that I would want to take a short right now? No, it does not. And the reason, again, is because we're coming off of these lows. This is the dominant structure right now, so far as I can tell. So I'm not going to take a short until prices prove to me that they're going lower. So right now I'm neither looking for a long nor a short. I'm just waiting until something clearer happens. So I sort of just zoned out again. So I can tell I'm tired here. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Prices are not finding any support at this range support. They're continuing lower. In fact, it makes me think that this could be even tighter. So yes, that would mean a closeout side early on, but there's clearly something pushing prices down right here. So we pushed down and through. You can see prices struggled a little bit as they created this congestive area with all these stacked dojis and stacked bars right here. But ultimately prices were able to push through. So I'm expecting that they will potentially fade this, even though this was not a very proven range. We'll probably see prices at least come back and attempt these lows, this support, before going lower if they're going to go lower. So right now my bias is definitely short, but I'm waiting until I see prices prove to me that they are going to go short, basically. So we got a nice bullish bar right there. Let's see if that is able to get any follow through. We ticked higher. And looks like we're getting a slight doji right here. So prices appear to be bumping up against that trend line that I just had drawn. So bullish bar is not getting follow through as of right now. And the bearish bar is getting follow through. Trend is continuing to hold. So right now, right there, we were expecting prices to come back to the support after breaking it, but they weren't even able to do that. So that shows me, yes, there is definitely still some bearish momentum going on right here. So I'm getting more and more comfortable with taking a short if a second entry short appears. Within this downtrend, you can also tell that it is losing some steam. So here, it's not coming down to the opposite side right now. So we're moving down off the main side of the trend line, continuously bumping up against it, but we're not reaching the opposite side. So that's telling me that we are losing some momentum. I'm still expecting that if this breaks, we're probably going to get a break a new low. So if we get a second entry short coming off of this old support level, acting as resistance, that would be a very interesting trade to me. Right now it looks like there's two competing forces. So we have this downtrend and then a slight support level at that double bottom. The support level is continuing to hold here. Prices are chopping around. We had 3 dojis in a row. That's congestion for sure. Expecting prices will probably break this trend line here. It looks like they're really running out of steam. Okay, we are continuing down. So we might be trapping some longs right there. So there could have been some longs thinking like I was, that weren't really paying attention to this trend line and just buying, thinking the prices were probably going to come back within this range. So we could be trapping those traders right there on this bullish bar. So same right here and right here, trapping those traders. But clearly this downtrend is holding and continuing downwards. So at this point, again, I am willing to take a short if one appears, but I haven't seen anything that I'm interested in quite yet. So, even though this was a pretty strong push away from the downtrend, we're still not able to reach the opposite side. So from the resistance, we've been unable to reach the support multiple times, leading to this break. Now, I'm still expecting a break and new low. My two targets are this downtrend, break and new low, and this prior support has not been very convincingly tested. So those are my two targets. It's possible that this day morphs into a larger downtrend. Something like that, maybe. But I don't want to draw that until I really need to. I'd rather play the shorter term stuff. So now we have one leg back, and we have the potential to create a second entry short. So ideally, what I would see is prices closing outside of this short-term uptrend, creating a new high with a bearish bar to go short. Now, is that likely to happen? No. So, if we get a lower high, second entry, would I be willing to take that? I don't know. Maybe. We already had a first entry, so let's say we break higher right here and we get a really bearish bar. Well, I definitely wouldn't want to take it if we close within this correction. So if we close back within this correction, I'm definitely not interested. I'm going to put in my order just in case, just to see what's going to happen. We have two stacked bars with two dojis. So that's pretty congestive looking. This bar is looking pretty congestive, so we ticked higher. If we get a bearish bar here, it will be a second entry. But it's looking really sideways. Not quite back to the EMA, looking sideways. It does look like there's some possible resistance right here. But as of right now, that is not strong, not a strong signal bar. That is a pretty strong signal bar, but it's just, to me, that looks too congestive. We might continue down, but I'm going to skip that. So my targets remain the same, expecting prices to move down to this low, also expecting prices to test this prior support level, the overnight lows. Right now, we have a second entry short. As I mentioned earlier, I skipped it because the congestion, the short-term uptrend doesn't have a breaking new high, but it looks like it is going to work out, or that it might have already worked out, I suppose. So that's possibly one that I should have taken, but I'm unsure. Looks like it would have worked out for 1-to-1. So now we're getting pretty close to the break and new low on this downtrend. And after that happens, I'm not expecting any more down movement for the time being. Oops, did not mean to copy that. I meant to delete it. So we've reached that break and new low. It's also possible that this trend is actually wider, like this. And that does fit well. It actually fits a little bit better off of these highs. Still fits pretty well off the lows. So I'm going to watch and see if this could potentially be correct. This short-term uptrend was not able to play out. Prices did not come back to the EMA, telling me there's probably something in the way there. And it could just be this resistance, but it also could be this wider trend line. And if I'd seen that, maybe I would have taken this second entry short. So the potential for taking any more second entry shorts is still alive because of this extended downtrend. You can see as prices pushed away from here, there was a doji bar, a bar that wasn't able to quite close on its lows, another bar that pushed up off of its lows. So that's not very strong. It's not a very strong push away. Now we're getting some true congestion. We have 1, 2, 3, going on 4 stacked bars. So I still do think that this downtrend is correct. It looks more correct to me. And I need to be careful because I might just be saying that because I want to take another trade. So definitely if we're able to hold here, that would prove it to me. So let's see if we're able to. It definitely looks better again on the high side than it does on the low side. Looks like we're not able to hold right there. So I want to see what prices do here. Looks like we might be creating some sort of range-like area. You can see that there was this resistance up here, and now we've created a double bottom with lots of stacked bars. So stacked bars here, there's a lot of congestion up here. It looks like this might turn into some sort of range. I would consider a second entry short still, especially if it was coming off these highs. Okay, we get a nice bullish bar. So there's some choppy action, some weak uptrend, and then you get this bullish bar right here. Let's see if this is going to be a trap or if this gets some follow through. So we still haven't broken higher. There we go. We broke higher. We're coming off this resistance as of right now. And let's see if we're able to get any kind of follow through. Because I would, oh, okay, there we go. That is some decent upward momentum right there. Doesn't quite close on its highs, but clearly that looked like a breakout to me, a breakout of this level. Now, would I still consider a second entry short? Maybe. We're getting a little far away. This was some strong upward momentum right there. And so I would be hesitant to trade against that momentum. Look at how prices, well, let's just draw the uptrend here. It's possible it is an overshoot. So let's see, we could draw it like that and it fits fine. We could draw it tighter and it could be a slight overshoot. So I might still consider a second entry short here, just depending on how prices set up. Get a doji there. So not getting any further follow through. But it's not acting like an overshoot either. So I'm going to go back to my original downtrend here, because it is looking like, basically it looks like this was a break a new low, and now we're getting a strong push up, proving that this is over. That resistance didn't end up coming into play anymore. But there is this double bottom support that I want to keep in mind for later in case we do come back down here. We're continuing up. Continuing up, continuing up. So right now I'm thinking I would be more so looking for a second entry long than any kind of short. This is a strong up move. So we got some congestion right here, and then we got lift off. Very strong push. Price finding some resistance there. Just pause. But now we are continuing higher and getting follow through. Look at that big bullish bar. It opens on its lows, closes on its highs. Now this one is following through. So I am definitely looking more so for longs right now than shorts. We're testing the support that we broke out of earlier, and this was one of my targets. So let's see if we're able to close back within this range. The overnight highs and the overnight lows, if we're going to come back within that, or if we are going to hold off of this support, now possibly turn resistance. Let's see what's going to happen. All right, so we are breaking the short-term uptrend. We turned down exactly off of that old support, which now may be holding as resistance. Creating, this is a first entry short right now. So there's the potential for a second entry short. With such a strong up movement right there, I'm not considering the second entry. So even if we were to come back and test that old support level as resistance again with a nice bearish bar, I'm not going to take that second entry short because of how strong this uptrend is. I'm expecting that this is probably going to get a break a new high, or at least a convincing attempt at one. Now, this is a pretty strong move down right here. So You get this bearish bar, follow through, and while there wasn't a ton of momentum within this bar, it continued to work lower the whole way through. This last bar, it followed through. It wasn't able to close quite on its low, so there is probably some buying coming in, and we can see that within this doji bar. Continuing to sort of chop lower, and now we're getting some more momentum. So clearly this support held as resistance because this is a very strong push away. That is rejection. This move down is stronger than this move up. So I want to see what's going to happen as prices touch off of this double bottom right here. But clearly this uptrend was not able to play out. So this might have, after all, been a little bit of an overshoot. So it could have been something like this with a slight overshoot where this is not going to play out at all. Something like that, possibly. Clearly this was a sharp move down. So might I be considering a second entry long? Probably not, because of how strong this move down was. You might get a second entry long here, and it could be a decent trade, but I'm just not feeling very good about that. In fact, it even is still possible that we could drag this out a tad. So dragging this out, let's take a look at this downtrend once again. So this could be a move down, looking for the break and new low of this downtrend, if that is correct. There's a first entry long there. So this was, at one point, this was a very strong downtrend, but look at how it reversed up right off of this double bottom. So it was super strong, but it wasn't able to close on its lows. So it didn't keep the momentum all the way through. It touched off of here, found some buying, and moved up. Now we got a doji inside and a pause bar. So kind of a doji. It's a little bit of a bullish bias on this bar, but clearly it's just closing within this one, and we're finding some congestive-like action. Prices are finding some upward momentum there. So there's the potential for a second entry long, but it's not one that I am personally interested in. Coming back within this congestive area, looks like we'll probably close back within there. Short-term downtrend is getting what looks like a test of its break and new low. So this short-term downtrend has now broken. It looks like prices are moving to test the break and new low there, but they're caught in this congestive area. They're going to have to push through this support, which is going to be a tough task. Once again, we're breaking out the congestive area. It looks like the congestion right there has an upward bias as we created a higher low, and we're now breaking out the high side once again. closing back within. Still haven't made the break a new low for the short-term downtrend. Looks like that's what prices are attempting to do right now. It's the second attempt down, second true attempt. So it looks like prices made a downtrend, 2 attempts at the new low, finding support at this level, creating that triple test, and now prices are moving higher. Not super strongly, but I want to see if they're able to break out of this sideways action. You can see there's one big bar here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bars stacked within, and possibly working on a 6th right now. So we're able to close higher. Let's see if prices are able to follow through on this bullish bar. Oh yeah, lots of follow through, lots of momentum there. Super strong bar. It's possible this one's going to be exhaustive and there's going to be some sort of magnetic effect as prices come up to this prior support turned possible resistance level. So let's see if this momentum continues. There's a very strong up move. 2 perfect bullish bars, basically, opening on their lows and closing at or very close to their highs. But the second one could have been exhaustive, and we're seeing that with this reversal bar right now. So a mostly bearish bar that didn't close completely on its lows. So it looked a little bit sideways there in the end. Could have just been a pause bar. And we are continuing higher. Continuing higher quite strongly too. So we pushed through this possible resistance level. And it looks like we might be coming back within the range, or maybe the range bounds have moved lower down to that triple test area from before. So I'm going to try that out and see how that looks. So it's possible that the range has just expanded and truly it's down here instead of at the overnight lows. But I'm going to draw this horizontal area just in case it comes back into play, because clearly prices played off of it here and there were a couple touches here, so it could. This is clearly a very strong push though. I want to see how does this look compared to 2 legs up. We've almost created 2 legs up, and after this I want to see if prices are able to push far past this measured move or if they're going to create a secondary downtrend of some sort. So if we get a second entry long now, I would be hesitant to take it because of the fact that we already did make these 2 legs up, unless we are able to push significantly past it, which it looks like prices are sort of doing right now. We did push past this measured move, and this could be now its own leg. In fact, that's what I'm leaning towards. This looks like it's its own leg up. So if we get a second entry long, I'm probably going to take that. So with this very strong up move, look at all these bullish bars. Strong bullish bar, strong bullish bar, pause bar, strong bullish bar with a little bit of wick. Pretty strong bullish bar, but look at how it's shrinking too. So pretty big, pause bar, big, gets a little bit smaller, gets a little bit smaller. Clearly running out of a little bit of momentum there. But with the strong push up, the probabilities have changed. So we're more likely to get another move up. So I want to see if we can get a 2-legged correction down, allowing me to go long while these probabilities are slightly skewed. Getting some stacked bars. So clearly momentum is waning right here. So we have this bar, 1, 2, 3 bars total right now, stacked side by side, working on a 4th. I haven't seen a very clear closeout side of this. So it's possible that this is a closeout side, but it looks like this bar is going to seal the deal with the closeout side. So we get another doji closing inside. So still no direction there. That's 4 stacked bars. Getting a little bit of down movement. Okay. I want to see if that was possibly just a second leg down to this one, and it looks like it basically touched that to the tick. So that's definitely a possibility. I'm still not sure if this is a break a new low or not, but it doesn't particularly matter now, because even if it wasn't, even if it looks like this, compared to already having the break a new low, clearly prices came back and tried to test it again and found support. So this was a convincing retest at the very least. Now prices are clearly moving higher. So this was a very strong move, very lots of momentum right there. So I'm looking for a second entry long to hop on while the probabilities are skewed. Right now the probabilities are slightly skewed to the upside, though I want to keep in mind that this does look like it could be 2 legs up. Even though we did surpass this measured move just a tad, This could just be 2 legs up before we continue lower. So it could have been a completed correction. We might be continuing lower. So I want to see if prices are able to make this 2-legged correction, or if this is just going to be one larger pullback before it continues downwards. Right now, this is a pretty strong down movement. So we saw one big bearish bar closing close to its lows, a second one that picked up a lot of momentum, but was able to find some support at the EMA. Going to take a look at this possible downtrend. So something like that could be correct. And that would explain why this is such a strong down move. So I'm definitely not looking for the second entry long anymore. This is way too strong of a down move. Oh yeah, look at that. So I would actually be more tempted to take a short now. So I'm flip-flopping that, and I'm definitely more tempted to take a short than a long at this point in time. I'm going to check out Mac's midday chart to see if he posted one, and see what his trend lines look like, if he has posted one. So it's a super strong downtrend. Definitely more interested in taking a short at this point. It looks like Mac does have a very similar downtrend drawn, although he might be trading. I don't think he's rolled over. It looks like, yeah, it doesn't look like he's rolled over. So I'm going to stick with what I have. I think this fits well on my chart. He's got pulled in a little bit tighter, something like this. But I like how that fits, so I'm going to continue playing what I have here. And so I have 2 monitors. I'm turning off that second monitor. I keep it turned off, so in case anybody does chat or anything like that, I won't see it. I just like to not be distracted. So coming back within here, looks like prices have made these 2 legs up. I'm thinking this downtrend, this major downtrend, looks like it is correct. We had a very strong, sharp move down off of that. So I want to see if that's able to get any kind of follow through, or if this is going to be any kind of larger range. It looks like this support level, so the support level from before, where this was the overnight lows, so where I had this overnight lows, prices were able to come back and test that, but now they were not. I'll just go ahead and draw that again. They were not reacting off that level at all. So we had it here and we had it here, but then prices were just able to push through twice. So I'm going to remove this. I don't think it's helpful. I'm going to leave this support in and just see if that is able to come into play. I'm expecting prices to probably find some sort of support there as they come down. Looks like we have a slight close outside of the short-term downtrend. So I'm expecting prices to attempt the break a new low of the short-term downtrend. I would consider taking a second entry short now that we've had this strong, sharp down movement. So if we got a second entry short, especially off of this trend line, I would probably be willing to take that. This is a slightly ambiguous area. It's not extremely clear what's going on because there's 2 conflicting ideas. This could be prices coming off a range low, or it could be prices working through some support as they come off of the downtrend. So either we're moving down off of this downtrend and we're going to break through the support, or the support's going to hold and it's going to end up being some sort of range-like day. So it is a little bit ambiguous, but as I said, I would probably be willing to take a second entry short. we have these two pretty strong bullish bars. And for a second there, I was thinking, okay, we might be reversing back upwards. This one opens on its low, closes close to its high. This one, same here, gets a little bit of wick, closes close to its high, but it's not getting any sort of follow through. So just two bullish bars. Now you're getting this doji and another one working sideways within it. So that's not a ton of momentum. Compare that to this move down where it's 1, 2, kind of a lot of wick on this bar, but then you get this third super strong bar. So it's this strong down movement where this one is pausing. So you have a first entry, and it's possible we'll move up and get a second entry short, in which case I will probably be interested in taking it. Okay, we get a decently strong looking bearish bar, though truthfully this was just a doji bar that happened to close on its lows. So this might actually trap some shorts right here, going below, right there. Continuing to sort of chop sideways with a slight downward bias in this bar. So we were able to move up a little bit, but then consistently sort of move down, and we're gaining some momentum to the downside. So on a super small scale, this probably looked like a super micro range that got a breakout and a pullback before heading lower. Still thinking that if there's a second entry short, I might still be willing to take that. But it's looking like prices are probably going to move down here. I'm doubting that I'll get the entry that I would like. Really what I would have liked to see was a break and a new high. So like this leg up, and then a break and a new high right here. And you could still get that. As you can see, prices are moving up right now. So you have two bearish bars, both these closing almost on their lows, but both of them not getting a ton of follow through. So this one right here, it ticked lower and then it almost came right back up. So this one, it ticked lower and it's coming back up quite a bit. So they're not getting that strong momentum follow through that I would expect. Okay, decently strong bullish bar there. Again, it wasn't a lot of momentum in that bar. It ticked lower and then it sort of chopped around before closing close to its highs. Let's see if that's able to tick higher there. So even if a second entry does form here, it is looking a little bit sideways. We're getting a decent amount of stacked bars. So if this bar right here turns into a bearish bar, I'm not going to take that. It's looking too sideways to me in an already sort of ambiguous area. I don't think that I want to take such a questionable setup. Now, if we continue to move higher, so if we continue to move higher off of this and we get a second entry short a little bit higher up, then I'd probably be willing to take that because we would be taking it at the high of this congestive area. So like if you were to draw a little range here, this looks like it's a small little micro range. So if we are able to get a second entry short where it's coming off of this, like the highs, then I might still be willing to take that. But at least if it formed right here off of this bar, if this was the bearish bar, then I don't think that I would have been willing to do that. I'm at least going to put in an order. I might be interested I'm not entirely sure what would make me interested and what wouldn't, but just gonna have to kind of watch and feel it out. I don't really like the look of that, so I'm not going to take the second entry short if this triggers right here. It doesn't feel right to me. There's still the possibility that we get a second entry short up high. So let's say if this bar sort of closes close to its highs, ticks up and we get a nice bearish bar, maybe I'd still consider that. But as prices are sort of working sideways here, it's making me less and less likely to take an entry here. It's not setting up quite like I would have wanted it to. We are coming off this possible key entry port. So looks like you have one test here, 2, possibly 3 tests. This could be a 4th sort of confirming test. I mean, 3 is technically confirming, but with such a large downtrend, it's, you know, these are sketchy places to enter. So until it's really, really confirmed, I don't like to rely too much on them. This one looks like it might end up being incorrect. So I'm definitely going to take, well, I'm going to leave it in just in case we end up dropping down. Because you never know, you could drop down super, super strongly, and to me, that would sort of prove that. But right now, it's looking like we're probably not going to do that. At least going to be prepared just in case it does. Sort of taking down there. And yeah, I'm not interested in that. It would have had to really show some momentum there, even though you probably technically could take the signal bar because it closes, it looks like in the lower 1/3. This is really just a doji bar, and it wasn't a lot of momentum. So really, if I was going to take this, I wanted to see a tick up and then a strong reversal of momentum to the downside. That's not what I was seeing there. So I'm actually going to take this downtrend off entirely, and I'm going to look at this as a range. I will draw the downtrend sort of as Mac had it drawn. So Mac had something like this. I'm just going to leave that off for now. I'm just going to see how this reacts. So I'm actually not sure what's going to happen here. So I'm just not going to do anything until I see something clear. It looks like we are working higher off of these range lows. This short-term downtrend was not able to play out. So I have to wonder why that is. There could be some sort of uptrend working up, but I don't see anything super obvious right now. I don't want to draw anything too wide, like right here. Though there could be some support that comes in here later. I'm just going to take note of that, because you would expect the short-term downtrend, especially one so strong, to play out. But it doesn't right there before prices are able to continue higher. So it looks like this might be forming some sort of spike in channel. I could technically draw a channel off of right here, and that could be correct. This looks like a spike to me, and this looks like it's probably some sort of separate channel up. So I don't see any clear structure. Right now I'm just expecting price to go from the lows to the highs of the range, but no clear shorter term structure, so I'm not really looking for anything. We are making higher highs and higher lows. So we got higher high here, higher low, higher low, higher high, higher low. It is a lower high, but you make another higher low before making another higher high. So clearly prices are working higher, and I'm expecting to continue making higher highs and higher lows, even though I don't see any kind of clear structure. This is a pretty strong short-term uptrend right here. So after this congestive area, this sideways action, we do get a strong bull breakout bar, pause bar, another pretty strong bear or bullish bar that doesn't close quite on its highs. You get this doji, trap some shorts right there, and it looks like we are running some stops, creating this strong upward momentum. So right now, again, the probabilities are skewed. After such a strong up movement, the probabilities are skewed. If we are able to break this, then chances are we're going to attempt the highs again. And look at how each one of these legs is expanding. So I'm trying to find a counter example. I don't see one on here, but look at this. So this leg is 10.75 points. This one, 13 points. This leg up, 16 points so far and continuing. So momentum is getting stronger, not weaker throughout time here. That's worth noting. That's a super strong bullish move right here. In fact, this could be an exhaustive move. So I'm going to draw this uptrend here, and you can see it fits super well here. But now it looks like prices might be pushing through the opposite side, and that would not surprise me with how strong of a push that was. So with that, we might see some sort of pullback right about now. So with that being a slight overshoot, I have to question whether I'd really want to take a second entry long. I think that I would just have to be pickier on the setup. So whereas if there wasn't this overshoot, maybe I'd be willing to take a second entry long that was not quite back to the EMA and an imperfect setup. Now that we have this overshoot, I need to be a little bit pickier with the pattern itself. So it's going to have to be more of a perfect pattern in order for me to be interested. I'm not going to give it too much leeway. Haven't taken any trades so far today, but that's okay because I'm not here to take trades. I'm here to learn price action, to enjoy reading price action and learn it as I go. The trades are a byproduct of reading price action well. Got about 1 more hour of trading here before I'll take a 1 hour break, and then I'll be coming back on from 1 to 4 o'clock Eastern time. So for the most part, I used to only trade until 12 p.m. Eastern time, from about 9:15ish till about 12 o'clock Eastern time. But I do think that the most useful form of practice is sitting here in front of the screen, watching prices move and studying it at the end of the day. So I'm just trying to get more and more time, use as much as I can watching prices. So whereas I thought that this was going to be some sort of overshoot, look at how prices reacted. They're not trading down super strongly. So after an overshoot and after an exhaustive move, usually you get a strong, sharp down movement. But right here, prices look to still be holding this uptrend. So I'm actually going to pull this out just a tad. I'm going to pull the upper side out as well. So here we go. Something like that. It's looking unlikely that we'll get a second entry short, at least on this pullback, or second entry long, at least on this pullback. So even if we do get a second entry long, and it's kind of right here in the middle of nowhere, I'm going to have to skip that one. Now, if we continue higher and we get a slightly larger pullback, then I might be interested. But right now, it looks like prices are getting a little bit overextended. We're just at this range midline. I don't know. I'm not feeling too hot about taking this second entry if it does form right here. Prices are just stacking within this bar. So you can see this bullish bar, and you have 1, 2, 3, going on 4 bars stacked within that. Clearly some congestion. It looks like this range midline is providing some support as we created this higher low. We haven't closed outside of this uptrend yet. So to me, it's still in play, though it looks like it's going to break soon. So to me, it looks like there is a close outside. It's probably tighter. There probably is a slight close outside right there. So I'm going to pull this in just a tad. Slight overshoot. Looks like this already has a breaking new high. So I'm going to pause looking for longs at the moment. Still stacking within that bullish bar. So now within this bullish bar, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, going on 6 bars stacked within. That is clearly congestion. But it's telling though that you're reaching congestion. So usually congestion says that we've reached equilibrium and there's not very much buying or selling pressure. But right now, look, we're still not coming back to the EMA. The expectation is that we're going to come back to the EMA. Look how long we've been away from it. But we're just moving sideways and not able to come back. So this tells me that there is still some buying momentum in the market, even though we're moving sideways. My bias is still up. I'm still expecting prices to go to these range highs, to at least test these highs. If they're not able to get through the lows, they're going to attempt the highs. But this uptrend has already played out. There's no clear structure to the upside, so I'm not currently looking for an entry. Still just chopping sideways. Nothing to really do here. And notice how you're coming off the high side of this congestion, but we're failing to reach the low side. So there's still some upward momentum in here. Look at that, we're breaking out the high side right now. So this could even be a micro breakout pullback. Though I didn't think it at first, it's possible that you have some sort of larger uptrend going on. Although I still don't see that being fitting super well right there. So just gonna stick with what I have for the time being. Price is still not able to come back to the EMA. Definitely telling about the strength of the buyers still. Seems like the volatility is definitely dying down right here. So whereas prices were moving pretty quickly throughout this area, so pretty quickly here, pretty quickly here, a little bit of pause, pretty quickly, and then pause again. That's typical. As prices are looking more range-like and choppy, that they'll slow down. So now we're finally getting some down movement. Looks like prices are coming back within this congestive area, something like that. So now we might have had a break and two legs to a new high of this uptrend, and we're making a correction. Before I'm willing to take any longs, I need to see a complex correction. So if we just get a second entry long here, I'm not going to take it. That's not a large enough picture for me. I need to see maybe two larger legs back, or a leg back and then a couple attempts down. But right now I'm just not going to take any old second entry long. Gotta wait, gotta see what happens here. Finding support off that same level, finally able to come back to the EMA. There's a strong bearish bar. So we get this reversal bar, we tick higher, and we close close to the lows. Not with a ton of momentum, but there is a lot of follow through with this bar closing right on its very lows and opening basically right on its very highs there. But let's see if it's able to get any follow through. Again, this bar looks significantly bigger than the bars beside it, which makes it seem like an exhaustive bar, especially where it ends. It ends exactly at this support level. And lots of times you'll see these big bars do that, and they'll turn around and they'll trap the people that went short. So right now, with that doji bar, that's definitely a possibility. You're not seeing the follow-through momentum that you're expecting after that big bearish bar. I'm also watching to see if this range area is able to expand. So it's possible that the range is just expanding and becoming larger, and it ends up being something like this. For right now, I'm going to keep it where it is, but I want to remember that prices are bouncing off of the support. So clearly there is some support down here. It's like a micro double bottom, and now we've created what looks like sort of a triple test, but is really a double bottom. And prices are bouncing there. Not super strongly yet, but they are finding some support. Definitely struggling to get any follow through on this selling right here. What I would ideally like to see here is two larger legs back, and then prices continue up and get some sort of entry on the way up here. But I definitely want to see some sort of full correction before I'm willing to go long again. Okay, so prices are sort of chopping through here. So there was this pause, prices came down, they paused at the support, and now we're pushing back through the support. Still not super strongly, not yet at least. We'll just have to wait, watch, and see what happens. Determine what to do there. Picking up some momentum, pushing through the EMA. So EMA is not holding as support. It looks like this range area is not expanding as I once thought that it might. So it turns out that this was just kind of a congestive area. You get this micro breakout pullback. Prices come back within the range. So this acts as a failed breakout, pushing prices lower. Of course, prices were already due to go lower after the uptrend had a break in two legs to a new high, and we're so far away from the EMA for so long. In fact, a more advanced trader might be willing to take that trade. But that's pretty aggressive for me. I'll mark it in hindsight as a super aggressive though. So we're getting a super strong down movement right here. This is a lot of momentum going on. So we saw this big bearish bar. We had a tick lower, it paused. We didn't really get any follow through because prices found support at the EMA and at this prior support. But as they were able to break lower right here, they probably ran some stops and picked up a lot of momentum. Look at this bar closing almost on its very lows. This bar closing almost on its very lows. That's a very strong downtrend. If we get a second entry short here, I'm going to take it. Most likely. I can't say definitively. I'm probably going to take it. I do need to be careful though. So just talking more about this possible second entry short, we've created a bunch of higher lows. So look, this is a low, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low. This is our first kind of lower high right here in a while. So I want to make sure that I'm not, whatever trade I take, I want to make sure that I'm not asking too much out of the price action. So if you look at the scale again, higher low, higher low, higher low, even this is kind of a higher low compared to these ones. So if I take some sort of second entry short, I want to make sure that I'm not trying to buck the trend too much. Right now, this downtrend is continuing and looking strong. So There's a little bit of a pause here, but we're getting some more downward momentum, possibly. Although it looks like we are pulling back, so still finding some buying off this level. So again, we came down here, we found some buying. Prices were looking strong right here, but they traded back up. So there's clearly a little bit of buying going on in this area. I do still think the probabilities are skewed whenever you get a strong spike like this. Chances are we're going to at least retest these lows. We might not create the break a new low, but after prices break this downtrend, which I don't believe they have yet, looks like they've probably gotten close here. They haven't done it yet. They're most likely going to at least retest these lows. Clearly finding some buying in this area. And again, we're making consecutive higher highs and higher lows. So I'll have to wait on something that's pretty good. Whenever you get a breakout like this, it leaves a gap. So it's a hidden gap, but with how strongly prices broke out, they left some orders behind. So imagine if people are trying to sell and this is moving too quickly. So people are moving their orders. They're trying to catch this move and they're moving their limit orders. They're keeping them, up here. So let's say if I was trying to sell, just to sort of visualize this, and prices are moving really, really strongly down and I'm trying to get in. And as it's moving down, I'm still moving this lower, but it's moving lower faster than I can. Well, these limit orders are getting left behind. So right now it looks like prices are pulling up and maybe filling some of these orders. So that's what creates these pullbacks to gap areas. So right now I'm expecting prices to sort of pull back and fill some of these orders, possibly head lower, but I need to watch and see what's going to happen. Right now we're chopping inside of this big bearish bar. So if you look at this bearish bar, you're closing within this, chopping sideways. You have a few dojis. This is definitely a congestive area. It's an area to definitely be careful. With congestive areas, you just want to trade them like a range. So it's okay to trade congestion, so long as you're trading at the highs and the lows of it. You have the potential for a second entry short as you've just made this first entry. So there's definitely the potential that this creates a second entry short here. I don't know if I would take that. It's looking pretty weak. Okay, you got a bar closing on its highs. Sort of jumped up there right in the end. We have this choppy upward action. It doesn't really look like two legs. So it doesn't really look like a 1, 2 legs up. So even if you get a second entry short here, I'm definitely wary of taking that. I think to me, if that sets up, it's going to be too sideways, too congestive, and too uncertain. It doesn't mean that it won't work, but I just kind of want to wait on something clear in case this does set up with a bearish bar. Now, that's one thing I need to personally be careful of, is not locking too much into the super short-term price action. So yes, the short-term downtrend, I'm expecting it to get a break in new low, but I need to read the current price action. So right now, look at how prices are sort of chopping higher. Ideally, if I was going to trade this break in new low, I want to see it do it rather quickly. I want to see a pullback that traps traders and then a pretty quick move down. But this is chopping higher. So I have to wonder what's going on. It doesn't look like this is a pullback. So it doesn't look like this right here is a pullback before we're going lower. This looks like prices are continuing to march higher. I don't see any clear uptrend right now. I think you could draw something like this. You could, but in such a, in trends, so like not in a trend, in ranges, I don't like drawing these larger trends. They're pretty unreliable. I think something that's worth noting here is at first, it looked like these were the range lows. And then prices were not able to go very high. Look at this. This uptrend played out. It played out early. Prices were not even to get even close to the resistance before they returned back to these lows. And what happened? Prices sort of chopped along, but for the most part, they just went right through. Okay, so what about now? So prices come down. The range lows look like they've moved down. I think pretty definitively now, the range lows look like they've moved down. And what's happening? Well, the uptrend has played out. And prices did not even come close to this high yet. Now they're still sort of marching higher, but it's not very strong. This is not showing me that, yes, this is a super strong range and this support is holding super strongly. So you come down here, you get a decent push away. It's nothing super strong. This is a pretty strong push away. Then we get a push below the EMA. This is a pretty strong push here, but plays out early. Then we get another strong leg down, push below the EMA. So this is not a super strong range where I'm going to put a lot of weight in expecting prices to go from the lows to the highs, especially as they sort of peter out around here. Clearly this bar, so this bearish bar, has become sort of a parameter for this range. So look at how that's holding prices. So within this bearish bar, you're getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 stacked bars, probably working on the 10th right now. It looks like this is creating a little bit of a range. As I mentioned before, prices have sort of pulled back and probably filled a lot of these limit orders that were waiting in here. So as prices sort of moved lower, as prices moved lower here, they left a lot of orders in. So prices had to come back and fill those. And now it's a question of, are they going to continue downwards and reach the break and new low of this short-term downtrend? Or is the buying pressure enough that it's going to get through all those residual orders? It's worth noting that prices weren't able to get fully back to the breakout. So this is the true breakout. It looks like there was a micro breakout pullback right here within this small little doji bar, but it's not very convincing. So usually whenever you'd see that, you'd expect prices to pull back and give you a more convincing breakout pullback of this support level. But prices were not able to quite reach that. So sellers might be slightly in control, at least at the moment. But as of right now, nothing to do. You're just chopping sideways within this small little congestion range area. And of course, I have this support drawn right here, as I mentioned earlier, just because there's one leg down. So it's odd whenever you see just this one really strong leg down that turns on a dime. Whenever you see that, there's probably something else in the way. Something like a possible trend line. It's a possibility, as I mentioned earlier, but I'm hesitant to draw such a large trend in a range, or something like this horizontal support. So I have this drawn just to remind me that that might be there in the future. I don't want to leave that drawn because I think it might mess me up. I'd rather play the shorter term stuff. And if it becomes increasingly obvious that that trend is there, then I'll draw it. But for right now, I'm going to leave this like it is. Got a little bit over half an hour left before I'm going to take a lunch break. And then I'll be back on for another 3.5 hours after that. Might even take a nap. Did not get great sleep, but I've been drinking this coffee here and it's been keeping me going. On this double bottom, we create a slightly higher low, and we're moving up. Weren't quite able to reach that resistance. Came one tick from it, but keep in mind the support and resistance are more so zones than they are exact guardrails. So even though you didn't quite reach it, it's probably close enough. Not that it really matters. I'm reading a little bit too much into this tiny little range, but I think it helps to sort of understand the broader picture if you do sort of read into these things. Getting kind of a wedge-like action as well, where you're getting this higher low and this lower high. So prices are converging. And usually it's like you're like squeezing something, you know, it's like, so prices are squeezing into this equilibrium point and then eventually they'll take off. Testing the lows again. Worth noting that, again, prices did not quite come up to this exact resistance area, and now we're testing the support again. So similar to this larger range, if you keep testing the support area without coming up and reaching this resistance, well, it's eventually going to break. So that could be a sign that we're running out of buyers down here. And indeed, it looks like we are pushing through. So if you squint your eyes a little bit, it looks like this is a leg down. And now we have two legs to almost a new low. It's an equal low at this point. So you could see that if you, again, just kind of squint your eyes a little bit and look at it on a larger picture. 1, 2. Now, is that important? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. We've now officially hit that break and new low. In the most sideways, choppy way possible. and we're still continuing down. So we reached our target, we reached the break new low, but we are continuing down just a tad. So let's see. I'm thinking that prices are going to come back and test these lows again. So it's looking like, definitely doesn't look like there's enough upward momentum that we're going to reach these highs. We had all this momentum, but look, it just gone, just poof, gone, boom, shoots down. So that's odd. It's looking to me like it would surprise me if prices were able to muster up the strength to out of nowhere just test the highs. Can it happen? Sure it can, but right now the bears look like they're in control. And I would think that we're going to test these lows first. Now, might there be some sort of larger downtrend? There could be. That skips a lot of price action. So if I draw this, it skips a lot of price action here. There's a big gap. That doesn't feel quite right to me. I want to see if there's the potential for a measured move down for this leg, one leg, potential for a second leg down. And we're going to watch to see if this area that I pointed out earlier, because of where this turned prices, we want to see if this comes into play at all. It might. And does that mean that I'm looking to take a trade off this level? No. But I want to understand what's happening overall for the bigger picture. Not every single little piece. Of course, like trying to understand what's going on within this range, that's not going to help me take a trade. I know I'm not taking a trade within this area, but if I can understand what's happening in here, it helps me understand exactly what's happening on the bigger picture. So I'm trying to understand every single small piece in order to get the tiny little area that I'm actually looking to take a trade correct. Not really getting too much follow-through momentum on this bearish bar, so this breakout bar. The expectation is that we're going to come back within this range. You expect what's happening to continue happening. So would not be surprised if prices come back and they test this area, but they might be getting some follow-through after this pause bar. So we are getting some continued downward momentum in this bar. Pushing lower. Continuously pushing lower. If it breaks below that bar, it might just take off. And the momentum did not continue. So that was like a second attempt down. So here, this was like some follow through here, and we attempted to go down again. So like on a super small scale, you'd see a leg down, and then another attempt down, and now that created a higher low on like a micro scale. Now we're coming back to test this support area, the breakout. So we are finding some resistance off that support, the old support. And we're getting some movement lower off of that. See if that's able to continue, or if this is just short term. Continuously pushing lower. Hasn't been the strongest move, but it hasn't had a bunch of retracement until now. and now it is retracing quite a bit. So we're not getting that strong rejection off that level. This is a very uncertain area to trade right now. So just taking a look at the overall picture, we have the overnight highs, which look like they're acting as range highs. Here were the overnight lows that didn't end up really coming into play. They sort of bounced off it here, pushed through it, came back, and it looks like the range lows were truly a little bit lower. We got 2 legs up, 1 leg back, spike and channel up, it gets a break and 2 legs up, then a push through the EMA, and now we're just sort of chopping around. There's no clear direction. We came off the lows and we're playing out early, so I'm not putting a bunch of weight and expecting prices to go from the lows to the highs, especially now that we pushed back through the EMA. And this downtrend already has a break and a new low. So right now it's pretty uncertain what's going on, and I'm just sitting on my hands waiting for something clearer. I don't think we're going to move towards that second leg now. It looks like this already has its break and new low, and prices are coming back within this range. So prices came back and they tested it. They were able to find some resistance, but ended up creating a higher low and coming back within. There wasn't enough momentum there. We didn't get rejection. Not really much to do or say right now. It's been a pretty slow and choppy day so far. If you really look at just how many bars there are here, I guess it's not too terribly slow. We've had slower days recently. 173, not bad. But again, I think that partially why it is slower is because it's rollover day. So there's a decent amount of people that are still trading the old contract. In fact, I'm going to go check out how that looks. Duplicate this and change this to the March contract and see what that looks like. Yeah, clearly lower volume here. Only 94 bars, so about half the bars. Though Mac is trading this one I saw on his midday chart. I'm just gonna go ahead and get rid of that. Definitely not worth anything as of right now. So might be coming back within this range, but I wouldn't put a bunch of weight under that either. I mean, I'll leave it extended for now, but I don't think it's really going to come too much into play there. Chances are I probably won't take a trade in the next 20 minutes before I hop off and take my lunch break. I don't see anything setting up that would really interest me in the next few minutes. So now it looks like we are still getting a little bit of selling off of this. So if I pulled this up just a tad, it could still be some sort of breakout pullback, but it's not a super strong one. It's not a bunch of momentum there. Don't really know what to make of this with lots of choppy price action. There's nothing super clear. Don't see anything that I would have really loved to take. The closest thing today would have been the second entry short. And if I had this trend drawn as it is now, so at the time I had it tighter like that, even knowing that there was this break here, I thought, okay, well, this just fits really well. I think I'm going to leave it. But if I had it truly where I think it is, which is right here, and that fits super well, and I totally could have if I had paid more attention to these lows and how this looks, then I probably would have taken that one. It was probably worth taking. So just a slight misread on that one. I think I am going to go ahead and just call it on lunch while it's looking super slow. Go ahead, put up a little note for anybody who pops in here. There we go. So anybody will know, check out the Discord, see if any of my trading friends have taken anything, and then I'll go eat some lunch, possibly take a nap, be back by about 1 o'clock. Okay, I am back. Let's make sure everything's online, everything's working. Looks like it is. And I am not going to take a trade, at least for a few minutes. Not that I see anything really setting up, but just got to get my bearings straight. Make sure I understand what's going on here. So let's run through what's happened so far. Get a strong, hold on real quick. Okay, strong short-term downtrend gets a break, attempt at a new low, creates a double bottom. Okay, short-term uptrend, break, new high. Then we fold over into this range. Downtrend breaks it. We get a breakout pullback, head lower. Looks like the support might be a little bit lower, and this could be the true breakout pullback right here. But either way, we head lower in this downtrend. You can see it's confirmed off the opposite side before it is on the main side. You get a second entry short off this main trend line. The nice bearish signal bar. It's probably a good one to take. I skipped it. Now we've made two measured legs down. Perfect, basically almost perfect measured legs. 1, 2. We break this downtrend. Short-term uptrend gets a slight overshoot, and we get a strong spike down. It gets a break and attempt at a new low that fails. It's actually two attempts right here. 1, 2. Creating this congestive action that fails, and we head higher with a short-term uptrend. Now it looks like this is two legs up, and people are probably thinking, okay, we're going to continue downwards for one, because there's this possible downtrend right here. So lots of selling right there. And also after these two larger legs, you're expecting that we might continue. So you get the strong spike down, a break, and an attempt at a new low. Probably traps a lot of shorts here, and they get run out with this strong uptrend that gets a break and two legs to a new high. Within that, you create this congestive area, gets a failed breakout, heads back to the EMA, strong short-term downtrend, gets a break, and two legs to a new low. Now, I do have this congestive area drawn, but I don't know how useful it actually is because it really just looks like a break and two legs down. But you can clearly see that after that break, prices come back and they try to hold this old support as resistance, but they're not able to. They come back within the range and end up pushing right up and out of it, creating this uptrend right here, drawing it off these two swings. The low, swing 1, and then here's our third touch, confirming this trend line. And there you go. Now, that brings us basically to where we're at now, where we have a short-term downtrend with a break and a new low, and we're heading for the break and new high of this uptrend. Now you can see there's been some resistance across this area for quite a while, and we've now broken up and through that. So that is the sort of previous high from up here after this break and new high. Prices turn down right off of that, creating this break and new low. Now prices are pushing up, attempting the break and new high of this uptrend. We create a triple test, but prices are able to push up and through. So breaking two legs up, now you have the new high, and we're pushing higher still. So now what do we think? What do I think the structure is now? Well, you could have a spike in channel of some sort. You could have something like this, maybe some sort of spike in channel, and that does seem to fit pretty well. So I think that's what I'm going to play for now. But would I look for any longs? So now that this uptrend already has a break and new high, and this spike in channel is truly a retest channel, I would be very hesitant to take any longs still. I want to see. I don't see anything. I think it looks better if you draw it off the bodies, the closes there, I think. But I want to be careful because I might be overfitting this. So for right now, it looks like everything's sort of played out. We're headed probably to these highs. Prices were not able to come down to these lows like I was expecting after this spike down. I was expecting prices to come back down here. They weren't able to. They were able to find some support, and I was going to say right at the support level, which I marked earlier, but that's not true. They were not able to come down there yet. They might though. So I'm expecting prices to come up to these highs right now, not looking for an entry at this very moment. Now to just sort of wait and watch and see what happens here. right off those closes. That looks pretty good to me. Yep, definitely no possible trades at the moment. And prices are significantly slower than the morning, obviously. I don't usually trade the afternoon, so this is pretty new to me to be doing this. And I'm actually going to zoom in a little bit because it's getting kind of hard to see these bars. A little bit too small. It's a pretty choppy uptrend right here. And it looks like prices might be struggling to come to the opposite side. So you see there's a decently strong push away right here, but prices are struggling to get up here. It looks like there is a little bit of a double top right there. So let's see if that is able to keep prices from continuing to push higher. Right, testing the support of this uptrend. Let's see if we're able to push away again. And we're not necessarily expecting a break and new high of this trend. So even if this breaks and we get a second entry long, I'm probably going to skip it because this was a retest trend. So this is clearly a correct one. Then you have this 2 legs down, and this is a retest trend of this uptrend. So these don't always get break into extremes of their own. So I'm not going to take that if it does set up, especially not in a choppy like range such as this. It'd be a different story if it was a super strong uptrend and that was the case, but this is way too choppy and uncertain. Okay, we are able to break the uptrend with a pretty strong move down right there. And it is still possible that something like this could be correct. Oh, no, okay, we didn't break it. We're not able to close through there. Prices shot up pretty strongly right in the end there. So I thought that was going to close through, but it really shot up. Now let's see if we're able to get that follow through. And looks like we are going to return and most likely go ahead and close through there. So I wonder what happened there. This is looking really, really strong, but then it kind of just reversed up. It's interesting. I don't think that this resistance is really helping at all in the analysis, so I'm going to remove that. do want to see if that went down like a measured move. Looks like that's about where prices were finding that support there. How about this one? Just about the same. Again, not really necessary, so just going to kind of declutter the chart there. So we do have a break, and we might move to a break and new high of this uptrend now. But as I said, it's a retest trend, so the probabilities are not as high that you're going to get the retest. So for right now, I am going to just wait and see if I can find anything that's higher probability than that. It might take a while. Prices are definitely looking kind of sideways around this area. We now have a double bottom and a triple test up at the highs, although it's not like a perfect triple test. So it's possible that we just move sideways into a range here, but I'm not sure as of right now. So we're not seeing any kind of follow through. Look at that huge bearish bar. No follow through whatsoever. Magnetic effect ending right at the support. If you sold after this bar, now this is going against you, you're not feeling too good. Same with this bullish bar right here. So this snapped up, and if you bought this on the momentum, you bought right into the resistance, and boom, you got run out just like that. So that's why these areas are so dangerous, especially to buy at the edges. So if I were to buy at this edge or sell at this edge, that is an extremely dangerous trade and not worth the risk reward. Looks like we might be getting a lower high here and continuing out of this sideways action, potentially. Let's see if there's any follow through on this bearish bar. Oh yeah, definitely some movement there. So I'm going to remove this range because I don't think it helps. Not at the moment, at least. It could end up being true, and maybe the support is down here or something, but for right now, I'm just going to leave that as is. Okay, so we are getting a second entry long right here. See, this is a new high, first entry. And it's the second entry, and it looks like it's probably going to end on a pretty decent bar, but I'm not interested in this trade. as I said before, because this is a retest trend right here, so even though you are looking for a break a new high, it's less likely to occur. And with it being in this choppy action, in the upper part of the range as well, it's just not really a great place to buy. The signal bar didn't end up good anyway, so it's not like you could take it, but just in case it did give you a good signal bar there. So there was a little bit of continuation after this bearish bar, but it wasn't too strong. Really, it's kind of a pause bar, followed by this doji bar. So right now, just nothing really to consider until I see a more clear structure of some kind. Maybe prices testing here, or you see some sort of trend created in either direction. That's all I'm really waiting on. Gotta be careful not to zone out. I zoned out for like a good couple minutes there a second ago. I'm curious to see if we get any continued down movement after this failed second entry long. It's not the best place to take one, but I could see some merit in this one potentially. It's just not like the best reason to go short. I wouldn't take it personally. And we didn't get any continued action, even though we broke below this bar. Just kind of stacking. So we have 1, 2, 3 bars stacked with a doji and two kind of balanced bars with a decent amount of wick. But we are still kind of moving lower a little bit. So let's see if we're able to gain some traction here. Yep, looks like we do get some down movement. So it's possible that maybe you can pull this in even tighter. And maybe you could say like, hey, this has already played out. Like even this uptrend has already played out. So maybe this failure could be something that MAC might mark. I could see that potentially being one. It's definitely risky to me, at least. Let's even put this here. Could be something like that, where this already has a break in new high, and then you get that failure there. But like I said, that's just it's a little bit convoluted for me. I'd rather wait for something a little bit clearer. And I'm only taking second entries anyway. But just to point them out, this uptrend, overshoot, break, 2 legs, 2 new high, plus the failed breakout. Even though it's a higher high here, and you're clearly moving up, this could be a decent one to risk, because if you get it right, you probably get a big move. This one was probably worth taking. I mean, it's second entry with the trend. I just didn't have the trend line in the right place. And it was looking a little bit sideways, a little bit congestive. So I skipped that one. This one was probably worth it. And then, like I just said about this one, it's a little bit convoluted. It's probably out of my skill level, but I could see some merit in this one. So now it's a pretty strong move down right there. So we came through the EMA, came back and we tested it. It's possible that we still won't go up and test these highs. Definitely kind of stuck in the middle of this range. So last time we touched the highs, the very overnight highs right here. Last time we touched the lows was a few hours ago. Just been moving around within, slowly chopping higher. Just curious to see if maybe there's 2 legs of some kind up, although each one of these has so many smaller legs within it, it doesn't feel like one fluid motion each. So I don't know if I'd even really pay any attention to that. Short-term downtrend is continuing. So earlier we saw this big bearish bar. We didn't really see any follow through. So I was noting that this was not follow through. We see this kind of little bullish bar right here as we're hitting off some support. So we can hit off that support, but then that reverses. You get a good reversal bar right here, and then some more pause as prices come back and they create a little breakout pullback at that support level, and then we get some more momentum. But right here, so we did get this strong down movement. Prices were not able to close on their lows though, so some buying came in. Now we're getting a doji. It looks like we're probably going to close outside of the short-term downtrend. Now it's possible that we get a second entry short looking for this break and new low of the short-term downtrend. That's something that I might potentially be interested in, but I just need to note that we've been continuously making higher highs and higher lows. So look, I'll look at the lows first. Original low on this, second order. I'm not going to look at each individual tick. Higher low, higher low, higher low, higher, well, kind of higher low, and then we get a little bit of a lower high, kind of an equal low, but then higher low. We resume higher low, higher low, higher low. So I'd be hesitant to go short because even if there's no clear trend, it looks like the bias is still up. So we might be looking for the second entry short though, or might be looking for this break a new low. Definitely a questionable area to take a trade right in the middle of this range with a rather weak reason to go short. It's not super weak, but it's kind of. So this is one that I would possibly consider, I guess, if we get a second entry short here. Okay, getting some momentum to the upside. So we saw this buying come in on this down bar. We got a pause bar, pretty strong bar, but not a lot of momentum. It closed on its high, but it was kind of a sideways bar until the end. Another sideways bar, and now we're gaining some momentum. So let's see where we're able to close on this bar. We might be resuming the upward trend here, though I don't think that this trend is correct. I do just want to take a look here. No, I wouldn't put any faith behind that one. This bar continuing to work higher though. Continuing upwards. It's possible you could even draw this tighter where there is a slight close outside already. It's definitely a possibility. Looks like we're going to close on the high here. It's a pretty big bar. Let's see. Probably like 3-ish points. Oh, 4. Wow. Okay, so pretty big bar, closes pretty close to its highs. Have to ask whether this is exhaustion or we're going to get some continuation. If we continue higher and then we get a second entry long, then that's what I would potentially be looking for here, even though there's no clear, super clear structure. If the overall trend of higher highs and higher lows continues, then I might be willing to take that. Have to see this continuation though. That's the most important part here. And right now we're not seeing that continuation. So it was a strong move up, but instantly prices are just pulling back. Okay, so we did get that pullback, but then right in the end, prices did pick up some momentum, and it looks like they're going to close on their highs. So they might have just been pulling back to fill some of these orders that got left behind. So whenever you move up so strongly, a lot of these people who were trying to enter right here weren't able to enter. So prices might have been coming back, filling some of those orders, and getting a little bit more momentum to go higher. So if we continue to see continuation here, especially if we make another new high, I'll be really looking for a second entry long to go higher. But just have to wait and see. It's definitely possible that we fail to make a new high here at this resistance. So let's keep an eye out on how prices react up here. It's a pretty strong short-term uptrend. Looks like we have a really big bar, a little bit smaller, and let's see what happens with this one. We're pushing right up and through here with no problem as of right now. Prices are continuing to work higher, so we might even be running some stops up here. Let's see if we're able to gain even more momentum as we push higher up until this level. Clearly a short-term uptrend working higher there. I don't think this short-term downtrend, well, kind of helps. I'll leave it. So clearly that's working higher. It looks like prices are selling off a little bit as they touch this level. Initially it looked like they were going to just fly right through there, but sellers did come in. And you can see within this bar that this wick sold off quite a bit. So it wasn't able to close on its highs. We did make a new high, but it's not super meaningful as of right now, at least. Just gotta watch and see how prices play out here. There's definitely the possibility. So I took a trade similar to this the other day. It's a possibility for a second entry short coming off of this level, because now you have this break and new high, and then prices came back and they tested it again. And so let's say we get a lower high right here in this second entry short. Maybe that's something I'd be interested in, but it's not as strong of a setup as the one that I took the other day, I don't think. All of the possibilities currently. Could be anything. Gotta stay fluid. Gotta just adapt as it comes. So we're definitely struggling. We have two competing forces. You have, obviously, this uptrend and this resistance. You don't know which one's going to win, but there's two battling them out right now. You can see right in this little apex right here is where prices are just getting squeezed up into, and one of them's going to win out. Okay, we're giving it another shot to get above here. And looks like we close above, right on this bar's high. So even though, now this is important, even though this trend has a break and a new high, and this trend has a break and a new high, we're still pushing up to new highs. Interesting. Also, look at how strong this is, this up move. Look at all these really strong bullish bars ending close to their highs. Most of them. There's one, there's two, there's three, there's four of them. Now you look at this. There's one, two, I mean really just two on the downside, with lots more wick and a couple more opposite bars. So this one is more fluid upwards, or not more fluid, but it's more cohesive than this, where this is kind of choppy and downwards. This is a cohesive thought. We're going higher. Now, this resistance is definitely an issue if you view it as a zone as opposed to just this level. Sure, we've closed above this level, but this could still be a resistance zone that you want to keep in mind. Right now, I'd be more tempted to go long than short though. So if we got some sort of second entry long, I would definitely consider it. I don't know if I would take it, but I would consider it. So we did get a little bit of a pause, but it looks like prices are able to go higher. So we ticked above here, we pulled back and paused for a little bit, and it looks like prices are now still marching higher. It's very interesting. This is definitely an unsustainable trend up. So it definitely tells you something about the buying, for the fact that it's still going on and prices are still able to hold it as long as they are. I feel like what that tells me is that there's still some decent buying going on around here. This one wasn't able to close on its highs though. So I traded back just a tad. You saw some momentum, but then it still closed off its high. So this is truly just kind of a range bar. I wouldn't be surprised if this is the one that's able to close outside. another doji bar, attempting at the highs and ending right on its highs. So it got some momentum right there in the last second. So it was mainly a doji, mainly a tiny little range, then right at the very end closed on its highs and is getting some follow through. That's very interesting. So they're not letting prices sell off. Even though there's these lulls and it's not just continuous upward movement, there's these little sideways periods, these little lulls followed by pushes upwards. Interesting. Definitely more interested in taking a long, that's for sure. It looks like prices are gunning for this right here, and we might even get some sort of exhaustive move as prices shoot up there. And I think the reason that could be is as you approach this, whoever's selling is thinking, well, we're going to this level anyway, we're going to this, resistance anyway, so I'm just gonna, if I had an order, for example, if I had my limit order right around, right down here, and I see prices gunning up here, well, shoot, I'm just gonna pull my limit order all the way up here. It's probably coming up here anyway, so whatever. And I think that's what causes these like exhaustive moves, like we're kind of seeing now, where prices are they're obviously going further than they like naturally should or sustainably can, and it's just all these people that were selling are just probably pulling their orders. So we might see a big jump up pretty soon. I'm hoping that we do get some sort of pullback and we're able to enter before that happens though. Clearly this resistance level didn't end up being really anything worth noting, but I will draw this range here because I think it does help you understand a little bit about what happened in this area. So looks like we're going to be able to break this strong uptrend. And this is a really, really big bearish bar. So as far as me entering, I would very much like to see this bar close on its lows and trap some shorts that were entering either one tick beyond this bar or entered on the selling momentum. Okay, getting a little bit of follow through. Notice we weren't able to close quite on these lows. So some buying came in right here, though we were able to break through it, but look at that, some more buying's coming in. And it's before we're even back to the EMA. So buyers are still in the market. They have not completely gone away yet. Okay, looks like we might get a bullish bar right here. So we think about what happened within this bar. So we started out, we basically traded straight down. We had some follow through right there. Then we moved up. Now we're coming back down. So it's a very indecisive bar. regardless of how this closes, whether it closes on its high or closes on its low, this is a range bar. It's a very indecisive bar. Prices don't know where to go, which is interesting because you have two strong magnets at this point. Prices have not touched the EMA in a long time. I mean, not super long, but look, like there's this gap right here. Prices are expected to come back to this level, but also you've broken this strong short-term uptrend, so the probabilities are higher that you're going to get a second move up now. So you have those two levels, but prices are still going sideways. Okay, now we're able to touch the EMA. We got a nice strong move down, but each time look how prices have failed to close on their lows. So I'm interested to see if prices are going to be able to close on their lows, or if buying is going to come in towards the end of this bar again. Let's watch. Looks like it's coming in. And we might even close above the EMA still. So that was quite a bit of buying right there. So we came all the way down here and they bought it all the way back up. I mean, about 3/4 of the way back up. Interesting. Okay, so again, now you have 3 bars in a row. Had some pretty strong selling, and then it got relieved. Pretty strong selling, got relieved. Pretty strong selling, the buying came in, got relieved. Now what? Clearly, there's still some buyers in the market. Otherwise, we would have seen a strong push down that was continuous. So this bar, it started out looking a lot like a range, and it broke below the low of the last bar. It looks like it's going to close on its lows. Found a little bit of buying right there in the end, but for the most part, that was a range bar that ended on its lows. So now that we've made it this far, I'm like, well, the probabilities have dropped. So whenever you're like more like closer to this uptrend, let's say just a few bars out, you're more likely to get this retest. But we've moved a little bit further now. We've crossed through the EMA. And we've had 1, 2, 3, 4 bearish bars, even if they're not the strongest bearish bars. This tells me that we might not get this retest, and it kind of removes a little bit of the faith that I had in taking a long here. Now, could it still set up? Yeah, it could. There could still be a very solid setup here. So I'm not, discounting it completely. Could still happen. But it's looking less likely. Now we get a pure range bar. Okay, so it again closes on its lows. So we're seeing this over and over again. So we saw these bars, saw some buying come in at the very end. Then this one started as a range, ended on its low. So it started as a range, ended on its low. And they both, at least this one right here, is seeing some follow through. Okay. Definitely just chopping around the EMA here, and it's hard to make sense of what's happening. So I'm going to take a zoom out real quick and see if I can make sense of what's going on. Looks like you had these two legs down, and you start making higher highs and higher lows. You have two legs back, and looks like you get a trap here, break a new high. Short-term downtrend gets a break a new low. Clear uptrend, break and new high. So it's possible that this is just a second leg of this one, so like a break and two legs up, because now we are getting some very strong downward action. This looks to me like something has changed, especially now that we're continuing down so strongly. So look at how strong this down movement is. Look at all that continuation. You opened on your high, closed completely on the low, huge bodied bar with a lot of momentum in there. That usually tells me, hey, something has changed. Whenever you cut right through like that. So you kind of cut right through the EMA and you continued. This could have been exhaustive already. So I was expecting an even further exhaustive move as prices shot up here. This alone could be exhaustive. Doji pause bar. We're getting some big up, big down kind of action. Look at that, big trend up, big trend down. This is hard to trade. Now we're getting some further continuation. So after a big down bar, I'm not surprised that you were able to, or that you got this pause bar before prices at least attempted to continue here. Looks like they're not going to continue much more. You actually get a pretty strong reversal bar right there. So it pushed below decently strongly and then closed right on its highs. So I'll be interested to see if this reverses this downward momentum to go higher, or if this is going to end up being a trap on the longs that take it above this bar. I'm not sure. So I'm interested to watch and find out. And now this support line that I had drawn from earlier, it's so long ago that I doubt that it would come into play. So I'm just going to remove that. Like if prices had come down maybe even here, it's a different story, but this is so long ago, it's not really going to come into play. Prices, so they ticked higher. Now we're coming back within. We now have a few stacked bars here. 1, 2, 3. Working on a fourth stacked bar, which again is not that surprising after such a strong bearish bar, because this is kind of exhaustive. It looks like that is a close outside. We're probably heading to a new low of this downtrend right now. So it looks like that's a close outside, and we're probably headed down here to the break and new low. And there we are. We've hit that with a pretty strong bearish bar there. Closing close to the lows. It looks like there's some support here around this area. Could be the midline. Now that this downtrend has played out, you could get a second entry long here, but that would be a very aggressive trade because there's no clear support. This was such a strong down move, and you could still draw this a little bit wider. So that would be very aggressive if you were to take a second entry long around this area. Just zoned out there for a second again. Yeah, whenever prices are this low, it's kind of hard to stay focused, which is partially why I'm doing this commentating over, because it forces me to stay focused. So there we go. This would be a pretty aggressive second entry long to take here, even though you're far away from the EMA and you have this break and new low, possibly off some sort of support, but it's pretty akin to taking or picking a low here. Wouldn't be high probability. I'll admit I am getting really bored. I don't normally watch this long. There's not a lot of movement going on. So there we go. That second entry long right there. Again, would be aggressive, but has merit. Clearly just congesting right now. There's lots of stacked bars. So if you look at this big bearish bar, you get 2 bars within, 2 bars, 3 bars afterwards. Almost 3 bars, 2 bars. But yeah, clearly just some congestive action there. As far as like what's happening right now, long story short, don't know. Don't really know. Continuously working higher. You have a big up, big down movement, and it makes it pretty ambiguous. Could have some sort of range-like area here, like another range within the range. But there's, it doesn't really help you. I clearly see there's some support here, so it's possible you might get some resistance up here, maybe. But even that doesn't help you very much, because I wouldn't sell that. Definitely not right off the bat. Unless we get a lot more movement in the next hour and a half. It's looking like this will be a day with no trades, which is okay. I don't mind. I'm getting pretty distracted as I sit here. I was just looking over at some books that I've read and such, just reading titles. But I should really be paying more attention. I want to take a second and look at just a naked chart real quick and see if there's anything that I'm missing here. Just kind of looking over the structures to see if there's anything that I'm missing. Now here's one thing. There's clearly some resistance up at this level, which is close to where this, just about where this turned. But overall, I think I'm pretty dead on with what it looks like everything's doing. You might be able to draw some sort of range up, or some sort of trend up through here. Like that. Something like that could be correct. Definitely like would explain kind of why we're continuing upwards. It could be valid. Again, I just don't know if it helps you very much. But there's just like, there's kind of a big lack of structure in here. So I am going to draw that because it does help explain kind of what's going on a little bit. And there's that level up there from before. It's so long before, though, I don't think it really matters. I don't think that this trend really helps you. I mean, maybe. Pull it in real tight. I don't know. I don't really feel like that helps. So we're continuing to sort of chop higher right here. So we found support off the midline. Short-term downtrend has to break a new low. Now you have a first entry short, second entry short. Might be setting up for a failure, but it's similar to this one where it's just not a great place to go take a failure. Speaking of, I'm going to take that off. I don't like that one, especially now that I have this uptrend here that doesn't feel like a very high probability bet to me. It does explain why we've been continuing to make these higher highs and higher lows. Let's see here. I don't think that we quite, see how we didn't quite make the higher. So like, okay, so after this break of this uptrend, we're looking for a break a new high right here. And we don't quite reach it on this push, which kind of explains why we get this next push up before we are able to sell off a little bit. So maybe that sort of explains that there. I like that. So there we go. We have this failed second entry short right here. And I'm interested to see if prices are going to be able to push higher, get a little bit of momentum going to the upside. It really looks like prices are going to attempt this high. I mean, they've been attempting it and continuously failing as of right now. Technically, the high is probably up here. So I'll put that there just in case. But it's, you know, neither here nor there. If prices come up here, they'll either turn down here, or they'll turn down there, or neither. So it doesn't really matter. Zoom back in. Take a look. Let's get a bullish bar. One that sort of sold off here. We got that congestive area. So we got a little bit of a micro breakout pullback there. So we kind of broke out, pull back. Good bar that closes on its high. Pause bar. Giving the shorts a chance to sell. And maybe running them out right here. So the shorts have a chance to sell below this bearish bar. Then we get this nice bullish one right here that engulfs the entire thing. What does all that mean? I couldn't tell you, but it's worth noting. We're failing to get continuation off of these bull bars. Look at all this continuation to the high side, just continues higher, and all this continuation to the downside, but right now it's looking really choppy to the upside, and you're getting two bear bars in pretty quick succession. So whereas in these, it's just a successive bull, 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 bear, 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 bear. Look at this. Kind of choppy up. Okay, that's, you know, that's a lot of bull bars there, but then, or a lot of bull bars there, and then you get a bear bar here. Okay, that's fine. You get a bull bar soon after, but then bear bar again. I wonder why. Is buying momentum drying up? Certainly appears to be that way. In fact, if we fail to reach this high, I'm gonna probably switch biases and start looking for a short. So it looks like the buying momentum is really running out here. I mean, even this uptrend, look at that, even this uptrend is already playing out pretty early. So let's see how much momentum we're able to get to the high side. Let's say we come up short right here, about here. We get a nice little move down, a second entry short. That's something that I would be interested in possibly taking. Now that's a lot of ifs in there. So, okay, we have another bullish bar, but it kind of crawled up there. And as it got up there, it sold off a bit and really went sideways quite a bit at this high. It's not a bunch of momentum. So we are continuing higher. Kind of. I said that, and then I looked back and I was like, well, no, this has just been a doji the entire time. We have not moved basically at all. I could drag this out, but for right now, I'm going to keep it tighter. Look at that. As you touch that high there, you turn down pretty strongly. It's a pretty aggressive sell as we came up to that high. So sellers might be taking control. This is really kind of an experiment. If I am fully 100% focused on what prices are doing, does that change how much I learn, for one, but also my results? So far, I do feel like I'm learning more being fully focused. Okay, this bar did not go anywhere. Look at that. Look at how small that bar is. It's 1.5 points, so 2,000 ticks went off, and this tiny little 1.5 point bar didn't go anywhere. That is some equilibrium. Neither side has any momentum there, actually. So I was saying, I think buying is waning, yes, but also, obviously, there's not a lot of selling either, because they didn't go anywhere. Then you also have to think, where's the path of least resistance, and that would be to the EMA. So, I guess in that sense you could say, well, the buyers are pretty strong, because technically you would expect prices to come back to the EMA. Guess you could slice it either way. So this bar ticked off a lot faster than this one, so this bar was a whole lot slower than this current one. This one ticked off very quickly, but it still didn't really go anywhere. So it looks like this one's probably a 2-point bar. So it didn't really go anywhere, still super choppy, but you're getting some more orders in here, some more volatility. And we slowed down there at the end. So I think a lot of those orders got chipped off as we went through this level right here. So as we went through the lows of that little micro doji range, we ticked off a lot of those orders. But then we came back in and we really slowed down. It doesn't really matter where this bar ends because it is just a pure up and down doji bar the whole way through. Really choppy still. And now the volume has just completely dried up. As soon as it breaks out of one of these levels, I feel like there's going to be a decent breakout. You've tested the high side a lot more than the low side. So like if I went to a, well, I guess that's not necessarily true. I was going to say if I went to a really small tick chart, then it would look like prices are sort of hanging out at the highs more. That's not necessarily true though. It's clearly just a tiny little range area right there. All right, so we are breaking out the low side there. Volume isn't picking up quite as much as I thought it would. Pulling right back within. Interesting. I wonder what's going on right at this level. There's so much resistance. $84.50. Could be something with the low of the day over there. I don't know though. We're right back in it, right back within this range. Tiny little congestive area. We're going right back out the low side. Finally a closeout side of it. Decently bearish bar, but it wasn't a high momentum bearish bar. It was kind of a, if you again went to a really small tick chart, we broke out, we pulled back in, and we closed back below. Now we're ticking off quite a few orders here. So momentum has picked, or volatility has picked up just a tad since we're out of here, but not extraordinarily. There we go. Now we're getting some movement. Some follow through on that bearish bar. And we might not come back to test this because, as I said before, it looks like this bar, all within this bar, it looks like we broke out, came back and tested it before going lower. As I said before, I would definitely consider taking a second entry short around here because it looks like to me that there's this uptrend and prices have continuously, well, first off, it looks like this is an exhaustive kind of like last ditch effort move to reach up here. It wasn't able to do it, so then you get the sell off. There's still some buyers in here though. this uptrend plays out early, so we're not able to reach this high, and now we're selling off decently strongly again. So let's say if we get a little bit further of a down move and a second entry short, that seems like it would be a good, a decent risk to take to me. And I've got about an hour and 15 more minutes before I'm off of here, so that's about halfway through the second session. And that bearish bar, even though it didn't really continue super strongly the whole way through, it didn't retrace very much either. So it came down here and it didn't retrace very far back, closing right on its lows. Let's see if that's able to get any follow through in and of itself. Wouldn't be surprised if we do get this, pause bar right here, and then maybe a little bit of further downward action. It's quite a strong bullish bar. Continuing to work up. Now, I was saying I might consider taking a second entry short, and because this is a double bottom, technically I would be able to take a second entry short if one sets up, but that's not what I was envisioning, and it feels too risky. Hoping it'll pick up for this last hour here. It's been quite slow since I got in. About right around here. Watch total of 45 bars. Let's see about the time that I hopped off. Maybe about 45. Got back at about. So there's actually less bars. It's like 40 within an hour and 8 minutes. And 45 in an hour and 26. So that's like the same amount of bars, really, within that amount of time. I was trying to see, like, since I left for lunch, whether I skipped a more voluminous time or not. So how about 9:30 until? It's 179. That's crazy, the difference. I mean, that was 2.5 hours, so 2:11. Well, I guess I'll just go till 12. Till 12 here. Oh, shoot. I guess I didn't hit the right button. That's okay. Whatever, doesn't matter. I was just curious. So we were able to make another new high here and a higher low. It's technically an equal low, but I mean really a higher low. So chances are this is more so one movement up, or at least it's being perceived as just kind of one movement up, and that's the break new high there, as opposed to how I had it. Something like, maybe something like that. There's definitely some resistance right there. Probably worth noting that, yeah, this uptrend is playing out pretty early, smaller than this one. So we're now creating, compared to this high, lower highs and higher lows. So we're sort of converging, getting tighter in a wedge-like pattern. Not that's a perfect wedge, but kind of squeezing in. We're not getting those big swings anymore. Super small bar, tiny little bar again. You're trading, I mean, just no volume whatsoever. The fact that you can do 2,000 ticks off in a point and a half just shows how slow everything is right now. Okay, there we go. Right at the end, you got that little bit of movement. That's interesting. So the whole entire bar was this range bar, and then right at the end, you got that little bit of drop down. I wonder if that will get any kind of continuation. And I guess that's why you can't judge everything by a static chart, because if I was looking at just a static chart, I would see this bearish bar and then this follow through one, and I'd probably think, okay, well, you just traded up a little bit and then down, but truly you ticked off the entire bar just in a range before just the very last second coming down there. And that's an important distinction. Sure, I'm not looking for a trade at this very moment, but if I were and I could see that distinction, that could be the difference between me taking a trade and not. And I think this is more so because I haven't taken a trade and it's been so long, but I'm definitely feeling the urge to take a second entry short off of this level. So this is a double bottom, so it can be counted as a new low. This would be the first entry, and then looking for a second entry short there, but I don't think that's a super high probability setup. I think that's just because, as I said, I've been sitting here for so long. Chop, chop, chop. My brain is just craving any kind of stimulus. This is outrageous. What's funny though is like, if I was a monk and I was used to just meditating all the time, then this would be an outrageous amount of stimulus. Even just watching this tick just a little bit. I mean, there's so much more going on than nothingness inside of meditation. Look at all these numbers, all these bars. You got this ticking along, your timer, you got the lag. It's a decent amount going on. If you think about it that way, it's a little less boring. So there we go. We might get the second entry short, as I was looking at, with that triple test. And you're definitely picking up some momentum there. I just don't feel fully comfortable with that trade. Looks like you're not going to close with a very bearish bar anyway. And the fact that you did trade up like that, instead of just continuing downwards, definitely takes a feather out the cap on there, I guess. Either way, it's not a bearish bar, but okay, we might be pushing to another new high. If so, I'm definitely going to stop looking for shorts. Not that I'm super gunning for a short, but if we continuously are making these higher highs, obviously I'm not going to look for it. This resistance level is proving to be pretty strong. Though you haven't really pushed away very strongly. So each time you've come up to it, you did get a little bit of a push there, but then this one didn't really push too far away. Now you're testing it again. It would definitely make me doubt that you're going to push away super strongly. There you go, second stab at the second entry short that I was looking at, with that bearish bar. Again, I'll wait until it sort of sets up there, but could be decent. Just not fully comfortable with that. Didn't end with the bearish bar again, so now look at how many times you're testing this resistance level. It's probably going to break. Really struggling to get through there. We've ticked up just a tad, but I would have figured that once we broke either one of those levels earlier on, that we would have really seen some momentum in either direction. That hasn't been the case. I'm definitely surprised that we're continuing to make higher highs here. So higher highs and higher lows continuously. This one's a little bit lower, but for the most part, continuing up. Just haven't really been any good setups. There's that second entry long that I pointed out. At least I think it's a second entry long that I pointed out. It feels aggressive. Maybe you look for that higher low. Even that, I mean, below the EMA, it's kind of Nothing really there. If you had a good signal bar here, that could be good. Kind of has a 2 legs back there, but it's not a good enough signal bar. You don't even get a good failure. Maybe this trade, maybe, because you get a break and a new low. It's a break out of this range, and you get a higher low looking to come back within. Maybe I could see that. Maybe the second entry long, but I don't know about that one. It looks good in hindsight because it takes off, but in real time, it doesn't look so good to me. Definitely wouldn't want to take this second entry long, way too congestive. See, that's 2 legs back, but way too congestive. Big bearish bar, or big bearish move under the EMA. Yeah, not much going on today. Nothing that I really like, except for this one I do like. In fact, I'll put a red arrow there. I think I probably should have taken that one. tempted to just go ahead and hop off, but I think I'll see it through. Got 1 more hour. Feels like a waste of time. I won't lie. Whenever prices are moving this slow. But we'll see. Hopefully it'll pick up just a tad. Here as we get closer to the close. So to me this looks like this short-term uptrend got a break and 2 legs up. Might even be measured. Pretty close. So break and 2 legs up. So definitely, I mean, I'm not looking for anything to the high side. You're still failing to reach these highs. Like we would expect a continuous march up. It's not what you're getting. Downtrend's already played out. You're continuously making higher lows and sort of higher highs for the most part, except for right here. So it's not a great thesis to go long or short. Like I was saying before, now that this has played out and failed to reach this high, if you did get a good strong downtrend followed by basically a perfect second entry short, yeah, maybe I'll consider that, but man, it's feeling pretty out there. One thing about being here basically all day is I feel like I really do understand how prices got where they did, how we got here, you know? All right. Really does look like we're building out some sort of range. You still haven't really tested these highs to be able to tell for sure, but it looks like something's going on. This is definitely not coming into play anymore, so I'm going to remove that. But I do think that this was probably right up through here. So after that break, basically moved 2 measured moves up. I mean, shoot. I was looking at this before and I thought, I'll just remove that, but like, that's basically perfect right there. 1 break, second leg. Makes sense to me. Now prices don't know what to do. It's hard to really get anything out of congestion like this. You got the big up, big down, breaking 2 legs up, struggling to get through this congestive, or this resistance area. You finally break out of it, and for what? You come right back with him. For nothing. Yeah. Trading is kind of just like a video game. I mean, really, it's just like a video game where you're just trying to take money from the banks. Just playing against some really smart people with a lot of money. It definitely feels like with trading, you don't actually have to be that good. You just have to be good enough to know what's going on consistently in a few areas. But then you have to pay super close attention in those areas. Like you could be really good at taking second entries, but if you aren't paying close enough attention and I don't know, maybe there's already a break, a new low, and you didn't realize it. Like over here, maybe this was already, maybe this already had a break, a new low, and I didn't realize it, and then, you could lose a good-looking trade. So it's just like patience, discipline, knowing just enough or enough. Consistency, I guess. Finally, moving up and out of here. Continuing to move up, even though it looks like this uptrend already had a break and 2 legs up. So buyers are still here. They are still present. There's no follow through to the downside. Get these 2 bearish bars, no follow through. I mean, again and again, 2, 2, 2, no follow through. But you're getting a little bit to the upside. I'm glad I don't really feel the urge to just like buy or sell at random points anymore. I definitely used to. Just like, let me do something. But now I don't really feel that. I say that because I was just for a second thinking, well, I could just like, slam the buy or the sell, just make something happen. But I mean, I don't really, for the most part, I never really think about that anymore. It's kind of like quitting smoking or like quitting vaping or whatever. You like you just slowly like stop thinking about it, and then eventually you realize, oh, I haven't thought about that in months. Same thing, I haven't thought about just slamming the buy or sell market in forever. But it never completely goes away, I think is where I was going with that. I can start working on my posture. I've been thinking about setting up a camera to record these, but days like today where I got up late and I haven't showered and definitely don't look too hot, makes me think maybe not, but maybe that would give me a little bit more what's the word, motivation to wake up early and work out and shower and all that sort of deal. Also, it'd be cool to see my reaction as I take a trade, but also I wouldn't be able to sit here and fiddle around with things. I mean, maybe I could, but I don't know. Probably sound like a crazy person. So continuing our march higher right now, finally testing these highs. So let's see if my range that I had potentially drawn here is correct. Could be, could not be. I'm expecting to find some resistance up here though. Finding a little bit of resistance, but you're not pushing away super strongly. Looks like you're attempting to get through there, or it's attempting to get through there. We were able to tick off right there, one tick higher. Hasn't been able to take off though. So I wonder if there's people protecting their stops up here, or if there's just people shorting. So like people saw that it came up here and it's stalling. Maybe some people are just shorting, but we were able to make a higher high. So let's see, getting some up movement. We picked up a little bit of momentum there right in the very end, but sold off right at the last second. We're getting mighty close to this resistance that we've been eyeing this entire time. That I've been eyeing. I don't know why I keep saying we, it's just me. I think we might finally do it. Might finally make that push up there. Makes me want to re-examine this structure. Clearly, this range wasn't quite right. But re-examine this structure. I don't see anything better though. But we are finally getting this up movement. It's like I mentioned before, I think a lot of people, whoever was selling around here, is probably starting to pull their orders, pull them, and prices are kind of rocketing up. Definitely just cannot keep this market down. Interesting. That definitely doesn't fit. I don't see any kind of spike in channel that I could draw here. I mean, nothing really. It's the only channel that I really see. But it doesn't make perfect sense. Still weren't quite able to get up here. Got close. Not quite though. I wonder how close that is to a measured move. Pretty dang close right there. Pretty close. Oh yeah. So I wouldn't want to take it long. It looks like everything's sort of played out. Getting pretty high up here. really, I just think the only thing I can do is wait for prices to maybe turn down up here and possibly give a short, but it's looking pretty unlikely. Pop in the Discord real quick and check the forum, see if there's anything going on. Don't really want to, but I'm pretty bored. All right, I think I got my dose of distraction. All right, I think I gotta call it. I think I gotta end it. I'm getting really antsy sitting here, and nothing's really happening. So Yep, I think that's it for me for the day.